Everybody, I'm gonna switch the screen here and get myself set up. My daughter had some technical difficulties with her iPad, but day for me today. Finally got everything moved out of the old house and into the new wood shop, and I have got a ton, I mean a ton of stuff to organize and put together for this new wood shop. I got my dust collector brought over. It's going to go into that corner, and I got to run some 220 line over there somewhere, so that'll work. My eventual carving station will get put together. So for tonight, there's my carving station. That's what my carving station looks like tonight. It's very hot, very humid in this garage right now, but you know, whatever, I'll make do. Some shelves over there. I got my bandsaw, my drill press, and my gigantic laser booth. I completely disassembled, completely reassembled, and got it into place tonight. I even wired up an air pump so that I could blow air to the laser to make a hotter, better cut. And I guess I can open this up, see if I can open this up. Yeah, I didn't. Inside of the old laser booth here. Sorry about the camera. I'm holding it with one hand and working with the other. Man, that's a tight spot. Oof. Okay. Eventually what I'm going to do is put some struts on the left and the right so that I can hold that up easier. But got the whole laser booth put together, and I made some adjustments so that I could have a deeper bed. So the bed used to be where this is. Now it's about 1.5 inches thicker since I put 4 blocks all the way around. And then you can see I kind of ran this little air hose, and I've still got some work to do with that so that I can get air to come down and blow where the laser is working. That should give me better burns, better cuts, better work all the way around. And I left a clamp in here and take that out. Now that laser booth is freaking huge. I mean freaking huge. The laser booth will take a 39 by 39 work surface, 39 inches by 39 inches. So that's kind of freaking big. It's almost, it's like 3.5 feet almost. So kind of exciting. I can get this back up and going soon. That doesn't take anything other than a 110 volt wiring. So it just plugs into your regular household plug. Makes that pretty easy and simple. And let me go ahead and move this up here in the camera. A little flip on you guys. Oh, flip it back the other way. Alright, hopefully I can get this in here without hitting any bad buttons. And I am going to plug it in as well so that I don't lose any power during this live carving. Like I said, I appreciate the support. All the support is great. Hey Jim, how are you? Yeah, that laser is definitely very nice to have. There's no doubt about that, not even a little bit. So kind of cool big news. You can see I got all my cuts all stuff laid out. I've got 2 extreme flame burrs. Right, I use these pretty regularly. Very aggressive, very good burrs. I use cuts all on pretty much every carving. So I have those out. I have some burrs that I will not be using, or discs. Right, I got 3 different cuts all shaping discs. These are great for removing a lot of material really, really fast. I won't be using these tonight, but I did want to break them out. And I've also got my extreme taper, my extreme, I always forget the name of it. It's not a ball burr, but a bullnose burr, I think. In any case, got that, and I have an extreme ball burr. All of these may or may not come into play tonight. So, what I will be working on tonight, I'm waiting for my daughter to bring her iPad up. She had to do a system update on it. I had this this piece of wood. I'm going to zoom in here and get our workpiece be the main focus. I think that's pretty close to good. I really do need to set up the overhead camera like Jordy says. But this is the piece I'm working on, so I don't know what type of piece of wood this is. It smells okay. Kind of smells like apple, maybe a little bit like cedar. I don't know. It's got a really unique, sweet smell to it. It doesn't really have a, doesn't smell like pine or anything like that. It's there was a cutoff of the bottom of a tree that my wife wants me to carve. It was really close to the roots, and I needed to cut off the bottom so that I could make it sit flat on the ground. So I did. I started cutting it off, and this was one of the pieces that got kind of scrapped and was laying around, and it's been sitting around a really, really, really long time. Lots of mosquitoes bugging me right now. Been sitting around a really, really long time, and I finally saw something in the wood that I wanted to carve, or at least attempt to carve. So this is what we're going with. Not really a great artist, not by any shape of the word, but I'm going to try to carve this dragon in here. Right, so I kind of drew it on there, and I put just the one side of his face. I'm going to use this as his other eyeball, and that is one eyeball. And like I said, I'm going to try to do my best and just kind of leave this as his neck and his body back here, with a little fin right here and the mouth and the tongue, and I don't know, we'll see how it goes, and see if we can't make it right.
You might have to put some stuff.
Okay, so, okay. Alright, so I'll have to watch that. So my daughter just gave me her iPad. Once I start carving, until I get her iPad going, I'm not going to see anybody's comments really. So I'll have to pop up occasionally. So if I don't reply to your comment, I apologize. Definitely not what I want to do. But as soon as her iPad is set up, I will be able to respond to comments a little bit easier. So I guess kind of without further ado, I have my dust collection, or my dust mask. My dust collector is not hooked up yet, and I'm not going to break out my shop vac or anything like that. I'm just going to let the chips fall where they may. That's what the plan is. And my hearing protection and my eyeglasses here, safety eyeglasses. I'm going to kind of watch her iPad while I'm doing this, so I can get that turned on as quick as possible. But I think kind of what I want to do starting wise, I think I want to carve in and around the fin here. So I'm going to start with that, I think, and kind of work my way around some stuff, I guess. Some of these lines don't matter, some of them do. I am going to start with the extreme flame burr. I'll probably switch to the taper burr quite a bit. I'll probably be switching to burrs pretty frequently. So I guess just go ahead and we'll get into it and get it going. So it's going to get loud. You may want to adjust your volume if you don't want to hear that Dremel screaming at you. And let's go. Let's get it done. Alright, so I don't know what kind of wood this is. It appears to be relatively hard. I bet it is part of the root, but this sawdust is like, this piece of wood has been dry for, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 years. It's been out of the elements, out of the water. Really like very, very dry. But this sawdust, man, like it's weird. Like that sawdust is, I can turn that into pretty much particle board. It's just like sticky, weird sawdust. I mean, it just, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Not something I'm too used to. I'm gonna grab a broom real quick. Brought one in earlier. I don't know where I put it. Here it is. So I brought in a broom earlier, and the iPad is almost done with its update, so I'll be able to see those live comments a little bit easier. Yeah, I really don't know what kind of sawdust it says. It's heavy. It's not. It is not a thin, fluffy, light sawdust. It is heavy, and it's, like I said, it compacts and it sticks. I mean, I guess in some ways it's kind of cool because it means it's not going to get all over everything, but it is quite sticky. But, okay, well, iPad is almost done, I think. I think it's rebooting. Check these comments from you guys real quick, see if we got any new comments here. Yeah, I'm actually going to use negative space in the mouth. Jim, I think I'm going to try to carve around the tongue, and I think I'm going all the way through on that. I think I'm going to have the mouth be actually wide open. Try to do it like, yeah, I think I actually want the mouth wide open with the tongue in the middle and the teeth down. So I'm going to try to shoot for negative space. We'll see how good I make it actually. I'm going to actually carve that out now for the most part. So I'm probably going to switch my burrs up. Well, I'll get to the mouth in a minute because I don't want to switch my burrs too much. And I'm going to leave a lot of the natural color of the wood. I want to leave the natural color of the wood in the horns. So I'm going to use this gap right here. I'm going to use as a separation of the two horns. So I'm going to leave those natural colored unless I have to sand it, and I'm going to leave this as a horn. So I want to kind of dive in behind this and just kind of carve this out here. Try to have that be the head. And the wood is actually vacant back there. So I think I'm going to go right around here as the back of his head. Grab my marker and draw myself a little line here. So I'll screw that up as I'm continuing to wait for this iPad. Yeah, I think right around here. Oh, I don't got to take out too much, but I'm going to remove a lot of this right here. So yeah, I'm going to do a quick burr switch and take out some stuff, some of the stuff that I can at least. I'm going to end up taking the mouth down, getting that further away. So yeah, we'll see what I can come up with, but I'm going to cut out before I take down so I get a little bit more of a defined mouth area. Let's go ahead and do a little burr switch here. My silly little wrench out. I could have probably done this with the extreme flame burr, but I think my next burr coming up after that is going to be a taper with this long bullnose burr anyways. I keep calling it a bullnose, and I can't remember if that's what it's called or not. Ball nose, that's what it is. This came to me right as I read the package. But I like these ball nose burrs for cleaning stuff up. And I think I'm going to get some really good looking wood here And I'm going to try to undercut too. So I'm going to try to get in under these fins quite a bit. Have those really stand up. That's what I'm going to try to go for. See, is this iPad ready or not? Looks like it might be. Turn this on if I can. See if it's going to do me the same way or not. Alright, well, I'm going to find myself here. I think I'm going to be good. Skip these ads. Alright, looks like we're good to go. Turn on this live chat. Alright, Jim, so I can see that the reason why I carve at night all night long. I work midnights, so Sunday night, in order for me to sleep all day Monday, I need to stay up all night Sunday night. So it's kind of my thing. I use carving to stay awake and be able to sleep all day on Monday so that I can be ready for work Monday night. My nighttime shift is 7 at night till 5:30 in the morning. So I try to stay up till at least 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, if not a little bit later. Try to stay up the full amount of time that I need to stay up. It doesn't always happen, but I try to. And that's the gist of it. If I didn't have to work night shift, I would not be staying up all night doing this. Luckily, my garage is pretty separate from the rest of the house, and me running my tools doesn't affect my family. They don't hear it. I'll have to see if they hear my dust collector once I get that wired up, because that's pretty it's pretty loud. But yeah, that's it. That's the gist of it. And I see that you worked it yourself a long time ago. I actually hate the shift. I do not like the hours. I like the people on the shift, and I like the place that I work. Currently, I'm indefinitely mandatory on the shift, so it sucks. But we do 410s, so I do get 3-day weekends every week, which is great. But I am not really good at switching my schedule back and forth. I don't really like doing it, so that part stinks. But it is, I mean, it is what it is. I gotta deal with what I gotta deal with. It's a good job. It's a good place to work. So keep on pushing on until somebody decides that they want to switch with me, or until I can bump somebody out. It is extremely humid out here, though. I'm gonna have to invest into some kind of air cooling unit out here. But let's go ahead and get back into this carve. I'm excited to carve some stuff away. I'll probably use this bit to open up the mouth. I'm going to open this up and get that negative spaced in there, and I don't know, see what I can do. My safety glasses back on, ear protection, and go ahead and adjust your volume. The compressed work week is very nice. Shooting for some really deep undercuts on that. So far I'm happy with the undercuts that I got. I was shooting for some very, very deep undercuts because I really wanted that to stand out, the little fins. I mean, I swear this sawdust is like it's just wet, and it really shouldn't be. It has been dry for quite some time. This is not hasn't been dry for a long time type of scenario. This has really been dry for a couple of years. But the sawdust is just really, really weird. I don't even know what type of wood this is, but I can see some really, really pretty grain coming out of it, so that's good news, I guess. I'm going to press on with the undercuts, and I forgot to mention, part of the reason I had all that cuts all stuff out, and I don't know how I forgot to mention it, I recently got accepted into the Cuts All affiliate program, so kind of cool, kind of big news for me. So now, as an affiliate, people can use my code CUSTOMCUT, all capital letters, CUSTMON, CUSTOM, CUT, all capital letters. I don't know why I couldn't spell. CUSTOM, CUT, all capital letters. It'll save yourself 5% on cuts, all burrs, and orders. So kind of cool, kind of good for me. I'm excited to start representing them on that level. I won't represent a tool or a company that I don't actually like and believe in. And I really do love Cuts All tools. I feel like they're very well built, very well made. Great company that stands behind everything. So no reason not to represent them properly. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate the congrats. All right, so I did get pretty good, pretty deep in there. I still got a bunch of sawdust in here, but I did get pretty deep into those undercuts. I'll have to clean those out a little bit more later. So I'm going to continue on undercut here. I'm going to kind of, I don't think I'm going to take away too much of the face. I really don't. I'm going to clean it up a little bit, maybe. But I think I'm going to focus more on getting around the mouth and stuff. I don't want to take too much of that away. Cut around it a little bit, but I don't want to take too much of the color away. I think I want to keep as much of that as possible for the scales. And I'm going to clean up and sand and get rid of my marker marks, but I think I want to keep as much of that color as possible. I think it looks kind of cool. Go back at it. And put another undercut in here, and I'll kind of define out my my horns there. Just keep on pressing around. wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. Hopefully I didn't break my flex shaft. Got tangled up quite a bit. Hopefully I didn't break it. Yeah, we're good to go. It did not break. Could have been worse. That could have been my hand. That's what I get for covering on a cloth table, right? Yeah, oops is right. Yeah, that, I've had incredible luck with my flex shafts. That's the first time I've had a bind up like that ever. I've never bound up like that before. So I clear the surface away. So the table that I'm carving on is not a solid tabletop. It is one of those padded card table tops. And right here, I caught it. That's punching through, and I ended up catching it. Luckily, I didn't break my flex shaft because I don't have a replacement inner shaft, but I do have a tack life for a backup, so I wouldn't have been completely out of commission, but still would have sucked. Have to replace the flex shaft, so I'm glad I didn't have to do that. Clean this piece up and get to moving again. Trying to give myself just enough on the teeth and the gums and everything, so I'm just kind of trying to hollow out the tongue area and fight off all these dang mosquitoes that are flying in on me. Bastards. So I think I am going to leave the horns kind of tattered like that. I'll clean it up a little bit more with the sandpaper, but I kind of like that for the look on the horns. And still going to try to leave this as much as I can, trim up around the edges and sand out my paint marks, but I think for the most part that's what I'm going to try to do is continue to leave that like that and see what I can do. Paint some more stuff up here. Let's get back at it. That is a great idea. Should have thought of that myself. Let me go and see what I got. Freaking stupendous idea there, Jim. Plenty big enough. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I think the horns are going to look really cool, especially after I throw some clear coat on them. I think they'll look really cool. And I'm not going to take them back. I'm not going to take them back too much farther than that either, if at all. I don't care that they stand up as high as the eye on this. I mean, this was a very, very contoured piece. If you're looking at it, I mean, this side right here is very, very thin. This side was the thicker side by a lot. So I don't care. I don't care if it stands up. I'm gonna kind of leave it like that. I think it looks cool. And like I said, this is a piece of wood that was not flat, not round. It was all over the place. So I get what I get. Yes, much safer for me. Now if I could just do something about the temperature and the humidity out here. Yeah, I did mention a finish. I will probably use, I have to see how it looks in the end, but I will urethane it. I will not stain it. I will not add much, if any, paint color. I might paint a little bit in the eyes. I might touch the teeth with a little bit of paint, and maybe the gums, just to make those pop out real good. But at the end of the day, I will use more than likely a water-based urethane, because water-based urethane dries extremely clear. Extremely clear. Like it's almost invisible. Whereas opposed to a oil-based urethane will give you a amber hue, which actually I can show you right here on this piece of wood. So they were painted at the same time, and this is an oil-based urethane, so that shows you the kind of the color difference and contrast in color. It really makes a difference. And these damn mosquitoes, even on reds and blacks, it makes them different. You can definitely see a difference in there. But water-based urethane will go very, very clear. It will keep the natural color of the wood as close to possible. Oh yeah, it dries super, super clear. I don't know if I have hanging in here. I do. Yeah, I got a little clear urethane. I mean, it dries extremely clear and it makes the color pop. So the same color wood, I'll set it aside. And I'm overcoating it. Obviously I don't need to overcoat quite like that, but I'll set that aside so it doesn't get covered in sawdust, and you'll be able to see the difference. I got a nice fresh can there, so and it dries really, really fast, especially in this heat. You can kind of see the difference here. I mean, that piece it's coated from here all the way to the end. Otherwise, probably better. So yeah, you can kind of see the color contrast there. But even once this is dry, I'll bring it over and show you. It really makes the grain stand out, and that's an unsanded piece. And set that aside over on the laser booth, away from everything. Carve for a little bit and come back to it. Learn something again from me. What did I teach you the last time? Yeah, it dries super clear though. It's one of my favorite finishes to use, and I use, I'll grab the can again and show it to you. I use urethane. You get this at Home Depot, Lowe's. I think you can even get it at Menards. I know you can get it at Ace Hardware. It comes in multiple sheens. It comes in a satin, a gloss, and a high gloss. Just look for the water-based. That's the important part. But this is one of my favorite brands. So tell me, what did I teach you the last time? You said again about the cuts all burr. I don't know what I taught you about the cuts all burr. I'm a little confused. Also during the clown curve. Well, hey, I'm glad I'm teaching you something, because that's what it's about. Oh yeah, router bit for the lines. That helps out pretty tremendously, especially if you're using a palm router, a trim router, which I actually have that's holding my iPad up. For flat surfaces, God, it's stellar. It is stellar to use them. It definitely saves a lot, and you can get really accurate with it. That's the good thing. If you use a little palm or a trim router to do it, you can get really, really fine burrs. I mean, like, I think they're a 1/16 of an inch burr, so you can get a really, really fine burr. I think I have one that's similar to it. Yep. So this is not a straight burr, this is a ball burr. Actually, I do have a straight burr that's pretty close to it. So you can get a really, really fine burr like this and use that for your router. Try to get it to focus. There we go. And That's like a 1/16 of an inch burr. You can get that for your router too. And that will make you very, very, very fine lines. Um, I like using them for intricate details when I carve something. Hey, what's up, Matt? How are you, bud? So yeah, the Palmer trim router. Yep, does sound like a CNC burr. It's very similar. I have a couple, but I don't know if they're in the case that I have the iPod on or if they're hidden somewhere in my massive mess of tool shop right now. So, all right, I'm gonna get back into carving. You guys want to check your volume so you don't get blown out here. Well, that's a bummer. All right. Well, I don't know if you guys caught it or not, but when you work with wood like this, it's bound to happen. I lost a tooth, chipped off on me, so I lost the bottom part of his jaw right at the front. So he's going to have a much shorter mouth now. Kind of like what you wish your teenagers had, right? Like much shorter mouth. No attitude. This sawdust is so freaking sticky, man. Like, I don't know if Matt, maybe you got an idea, or Jim, you got an idea what kind of wood this might be. I don't know if maybe it's a root. I don't know, whatever it is. This sawdust is like sticky, not very easy to get off of your piece. And it like turns into a freaking sawdust ball. Yeah, I thought about getting the glue, because it kind of is a good piece, and if I glue it on right now and then don't carve it, I can probably salvage it. Probably could salvage it. But I think as soon as I carve it, it's going to screw me over. But I really do like it better with the tip. We'll give it a shot. Put a little glue on it, give it a shot, see what happens. In 1 second. I got some glue handy. At least I think I do. Yeah. Definitely got some glue handy. Thankfully, I like to use Type Bond Original for certain things. And I gotta watch, I gotta be careful with this tongue piece because it's a little flimsy too. I'm gonna have to be careful with that. But if you guys don't have one of these Glue Bot bottles, that's what they actually call them, Glue Bot. They are pretty freaking cool, pretty good for many different things. But they actually really do work well. Do exactly what you want them to do, really. But as I was saying, I like original Type Bond for parts like this, and I use Type Bond 3 for my cutting boards because that's waterproof. Type Bond 2 is water resistant. But Type Bond 3 is waterproof and food safe, so I use that for my cutting boards when I'm making those. Give this a couple minutes to set up before I do anything else to it. Set it aside off of the board so it doesn't get stuck to the board. But these Glue Bot bottles, yeah, I've never seen sawdust behave like this either, but so I'm kind of stumped on it. It's almost like sand. I mean, really it is. It's almost like sand. Same principles. If you get sand wet and you form it, it's kind of the same thing. As I was saying, the Glue Bot bottles, it's kind of cool because you can glue vertically. If you have enough in there and you're holding the bottle up, you can actually get the glue to come out while it's standing vertically. I don't have enough in the bottle right now, but the tip is really good for getting a pretty accurate squeeze out of where you want it. So that's a good bonus. But there's a lot of cool things about it. Easy to refill, easy to squeeze. But yeah, there it is, Glue Bot on the side of the bottle. And they're cheap. They're like $6 or $7. I don't know if you guys can even see it on there. I'm trying to see it myself on here. Well, I won't make it easy to see. I will make it easy to see. I'll just trace trace the lines on it. The third dot in the middle of the U's here, that is me not being accurate. That's not how it is actually on there. But there, yeah, that middle dot, that's not the bottle. That's me being messy. But that's it, glue bot, just like that. I'm gonna put this back and then try to carve not on that area I glued. Maybe I shouldn't have jinxed myself and put that glue back. Now I'm going to end up needing it again. What was your next question, Jim? Yeah, we're all in different time zones. Right now it's 1:09 a.m. for me. Sorry, I was reading all your guys' comments there for a minute while I'm letting this glue set up. This tight bond glue, I don't know if you guys use it or not, but within about 30 minutes it's usually pretty close to dry, not necessarily quote unquote work ready. Oh, that's the question, was the glue bot bottle that you added to your shopping list? You can get them on Amazon, and I think Menards has them in stock too. I haven't seen them at Home Depot or Lowe's, but I have seen them at Menards. And you can get them at any woodworking store. Like I said, they're like $6-7. They work really, really good for various things. That was not completely dry, and I just bumped it. Give that a little clamping pressure. Let that sit for a minute or two more before I actually start carving again. Take a drink of my tea. I guess I can switch burrs while I'm waiting. Switch over to the taper burr. And start doing some taper details. Yeah, I think the epoxy glue would be really good for some things. Chewed up my bit a little bit. It's okay, it'll still fit in there. I think you missed it, Matt. I caught the table, and then Jim gave me the idea of putting this piece of plywood down. I almost lost a flex shaft here tonight because I caught the table and I bound my burr into it. Snagged me all up. I had the Dremel set, and I was able to get it turned off pretty quickly, thankfully. But didn't lose a flex shaft. Not lucky on that, but it did chew up my burr a little bit. I'm sure the collet inside is not super happy. Other than that, I don't think there's any type of real damage. Got that taper burr in. Yep, Rockler definitely has them, and they're about the same price at Rockler, $6-7 at Rockler too. You're fine there. You shouldn't have any issues there. So I'm going to try to stay away from that tooth area. Let that glue set up really good. I guess I'll work my my lines for the nose, and he's going to lose some color, I think, maybe on the nose. I'll cut in the eye a little bit. Shape it out. I want to kind of carve the eye back a little bit so I can give them a little more of a pronounced eyelid. I want to try to do that, get his eyebrow eyelid more pronounced. I'm gonna have to do the same thing up here. I'm gonna have to kind of change how I have the teeth maybe a little bit. Right now he looks a little buck-toothy. But I can still clean up here and get some of these teeth in better. Give myself some undercuts under the lip, really define the gums. So I can do that with the taper burr. Get in here and define all of that. Yeah, this sawdust is just, look at this. Just a little bit of scraping, and I'm pulling the sawdust off on the burrs. Like, it was really, really weird sawdust. I mean, just little goobers of sawdust. Very sticky. Oh well. Alright, well, I can leave this flat and I think I can avoid hitting that tooth, let that glue set up and get some more undercuts in there and get some stuff done. I don't think I've heard of 2-pack epoxy glue, but I know epoxy glues are really, really strong, really, really good glues. Similar to a CA glue, just much, much harder, if I'm not mistaken. Harder consistency-wise. I don't mean harder to work with, I mean harder as a finish. Yeah, I'll definitely be blowing it off before I add any finish to it. I do not have a compressor here yet. I have 2 compressors, both of them are at my buddy's house, and eventually I plan to get an oil-filled compressor so that it stays quiet, so when I'm doing my projects it's not just ripping super loud in the house. But okay, let's hit this with the taper burr. I'm going to clean up some of these edges, get rid of some of my marker marks, work on the eyes, work on the nose area. take a little sweep off here. Oh, damn mosquitoes are in my garage. And I can feel them flying into my face and my ears and all over the damn place. It's so freaking humid here right now. All right, well, I got the eye in there pretty good, I think at least. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, I got the eye in there so good, so far so good. I'm gonna smooth out my little wrinkle lines there, cut in the round part of the nose a little bit more, drill his nostrils in a little bit more, and make his gums stand out right here where that little corner is. So I'm going to try to, thanks Matt, appreciate it. I'm going to try to make the gums right there, right above that. I don't have a whole lot of media to work with there, so I'm probably not going to use one of my Cuts-All burrs on that. But I am going to take away a little bit right here, and I want to keep as much of this color as possible. I have said that a few times, but I do want to keep as much of that color as possible. And I got the tooth here, or teeth area here, I think I got that pretty good. This glue isn't too far off from being dry. It's feeling pretty solid. How's that one for you guys? I just Mr. Miyagi to fly. He landed on the carving and I straight up Mr. Miyagi Karate Kidded. He's still alive. Barely. That's me blowing at him, getting him to move. Now, I'm actually, for an hour and a half worth of work, I'm actually not too shabby. Like, realistically, wow, I'm kind of impressed. I'm going to add, since I got this line in here, and I don't want to lose a whole bunch of the color, I'm just going to carve that line in there and kind of make it one of his little snarl lines. Yeah, quick hands, I guess. Yeah, Matt's carves on Instagram and even his YouTube channel. He does some really cool stuff on there. He's in the carving fusion group, I believe, but I kind of stumbled on him one night, his YouTube channel. I believe, looking around on Instagram and found him, and then made the connection on who he was on Carving Fusion, and then found him on YouTube, and got some really cool, really interesting stuff on there, Jim. If you want to go check him out, he's a pretty talented guy. He's got a lot of cool stuff on his channel. I'm definitely going to have to hit this with an air nozzle. I mean, this is like the stickiest sawdust ever. I don't know if it's got something to do with the humidity or what. Yeah, I got a little mark here. I think I'm going to carve a little V in between the eyes there too. Yep, that's happening. I'm going to carve this, carve a little V, carve out a little area around the nose there, and see what we can get going. Like I said, for an hour and a half worth of carving, it's, I think I'm an hour and a half in. Yeah, about an hour and a half. Kind of impressed. I'm getting faster somehow. All right, guys, guard your ears. bit by little bit, I guess, right? That glue is still not set up. At least not super tight, super tough. I mean, it's holding it there, but definitely not as strong as it could be. So I got to be really careful with it. Definitely going to have to hit this with a compressor before it goes to finishing, because there's no way is it going to come out good without finishing. But I think I'm at a point where I can start hitting in some finer detail burrs. Keep that on there. I'm not going to move that too much. We keep his jaw the way it is. Start cutting some teeth in. Switch off of the Cuts-All burr, and I'm going to go on to one of the Dremel burrs. I think I'm pretty much done with all my rough out, so not too concerned on that aspect. Maple is a freaking gorgeous wood. Very hard though. It's tough to carve it sometimes. I lied, I'm not going to the Dremel burrs, I'm going to my aluminum cutting burrs. I'm going to go to a long taper burr. That's what I'm going to shoot for to try to get these teeth cut in, at least initially. I can smooth with this burr, so I can help eliminate some of the sanding, and I should be able to cut some teeth in too. And I gotta try, I think, just so it doesn't look goofy, I think I've got to try to get these teeth to be more straight down if I can. There's not a lot of medium there. I'm going to attempt it. So it's all part of pushing yourself and learning. The trick with hardwoods and carving, slow your burrs down and don't use as much pressure. Be patient and carve slow. You know, the harder the wood, the easier it's going to burn, for one, and the harder it is to get through. It's hardwood, it's hard to get through. That's all there is to it. So slow your burrs down a little bit and carve slow. That's the best advice I can give you on that. I'm sure Matt's been giving you similar advice. All right, let's get some details kicking. Right after I put on my hearing protection. There goes the truth. Well, that's a bummer. That's a real dang bummer. Good thing I got more glue. I don't know where that piece just flopped off of. Yeah, I knew when I started carving this piece there was a lot of cracks in it. Jeez, Pete, these stupid mosquitoes. Yeah, the tongue shouldn't be too bad to put back on. That should be okay. I am going to go grab the glue again. I'm going to glue this back on, but first, I'm going to kind of draw in some teeth here. Draw in some of those teeth and cut those in. It's a lot to take out with metal cutting bar, but I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to go get some more glue for this guy though. Now I'm going to have to not come anywhere near that thing for a while. Well, maybe the glue wasn't set up completely either, because it's still got some stickiness to it. I need to burn a freaking citronella candle around me or something. Jesus. It's so humid. I gotta carve with my freaking garage door open. I figured since I left the door really low that they wouldn't come in under, but they're definitely coming in under. Hey, thanks for tuning in for a while, Jim. I appreciate you coming in and checking it out, hanging out, and chit-chatting. Well, I appreciate it, Jim. I'm probably not going to finish this entire piece this week, just because I think I'm gonna have to glue some stuff and then let that glue settle. I'll get most of it done, I think. I hope. We'll see. I did put some undercuts in these eyes, or this eye, shouldn't say these. You too, bud. Thank you. Those are going to be some mighty big gums. I'm going to extend these teeth up a little bit. Make them a little more pointy. Yeah, there we go. We'll give them some bigger teeth. Well, so far not looking too bad. I've been not really, I mean, I've never been super confident in my carvings. I know a lot of them stink, but I definitely can see the improvement that I'm making, so that's good. I'm having to dig this sawdust out from these undercuts with this little Dremel tool. I got to start carving for that element challenge. I got some stuff kind of good, kind of done, but I got to make more time. Now that we're completely done with the moving stuff out of the old house and into the new house, I can make a little more time, and I got to put together a charcuterie board for a fellow carver too. Alright, cool. No big deal. I'm telling you alright, cool, after you tell me you have the sound off. You're gonna hear it anyways. Hope you're having a good dinner. Alright, well, you got the sound off, so I'm just gonna get in and get at it and try to rock some stuff here. Ah. Well, so far, not so bad. Cut his gums in, his teeth, and the upper. I gotta glue his tongue and the bottom part of his jaw back in so I can do his lower teeth. Or I just don't glue his tongue back on. And I don't glue his lower jaw back on. I don't know. Do I or don't I? I don't know. Ugh. Thanks for stopping in, Matt. Appreciate you swinging by. Got it kind of looking okay. Kind of making it look like what it was look like in the. Kind of making it look like what it was looking like in my head. Not perfect, but kinda getting there. I think my favorite part right now is the eye and maybe the teeth. Nose is meh. Appreciate it. Honestly, I can't draw, so I'm surprised I do even this good on carving, because I need a good basis drawing to do something half decent, and I'm really not great at drawing, so I'm surprised that this looks even this good. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna glue this tongue and the bottom part of his jaw back on. I like it, but I don't know if that's gonna work good for me or not. Yeah, I kind of agree with the lines. It's kind of a windy type dragon. I'm debating on whether or not I want to paint the eye, because after I cleaned up the eye enough, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. Stand up here. I kind of worked right around a knot in the eye right here. It's kind of almost perfect for a pupil. I don't know if I want to sand it out and leave it blank, or if I actually want to paint it. I'm not sure. But there's a very small knot in there. It looks really good. I guess I'll have to sand it a little and see. Figure out what else I'm going to do here to jazz this sucker up. I guess I could probably cut in around his eye here, kind of match that up a little bit. Probably do that first. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping in and watching and spending some time of your some of your evening here with me. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your night and your dinner. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate you swinging by, Matt. garbage. These freaking Amazon fucking sandpaper's garbage. Fucking garbage. so freaking humid. I think I'm going to try to glue the bottom part of the jaw back on and the tongue. And I'm going to leave the rest for next week's live where we continue this. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because these mosquitoes are getting after me. Not real happy about them. I don't like them. All over me. Not very comfortable. Don't like it. If I get lucky, this freaking sawdust will stop being so sticky. I'm actually pretty happy with how it's turning out so far. I mean, realistically, I'm really pretty happy with it. Given my lack of ability to draw, and my inexperience with carving. I mean, I'm not super experienced. I have some, but I wouldn't put myself anywhere past an amateur yet. Wouldn't even say I'm intermediate. I'd definitely still consider myself beginner. But I like this piece. I do. I like the way it's turning out. So I think I'm going to glue it back up, and hopefully it sticks better. Just got to hope that it doesn't break on me when I go to finish carving it. These damn mosquitoes, it's so bad. Oh, these mosquitoes are horrible. So bad. Like attacking me the entire time I've been carving. Might have to try to put something behind this to help sturdy up that tongue and that lower part of the jaw. But we'll see how that glue sets up. Realistically, like I said, I'm pretty happy with it. The teeth and the gums, the eyeball, those are my favorite parts right now. See what happens when I get some more into it. And overall, yeah, I'm pretty happy. Not unimpressed at all, surprisingly. One of my better cards, I think, so far, as long as I don't mess it up. This was kind of a hard angle to get those teeth at, but I don't think I did too bad. Yeah, maybe. Oh, we got a new viewer. Welcome, viewer. I don't know who you are yet. Drop me a comment. Let me know who you are. I think I'm getting ready to kind of clean up, I think, and put some stuff away. I'm kind of getting eaten alive here by the mosquitoes. But this is where we got so far. Alright, well, I guess we're just going to go ahead and end it. We're a little over 3 hours into the stream. Appreciate everybody that came by. I'm going to end this, get some stuff cleaned up. Maybe possibly work on the shop a little bit tonight. I don't know, these mosquitoes are really bugging me. For the new viewer that just tuned in, my tongue here and my lower part of the jaw both snapped, here and here. Those snapped off on me, so I had to glue it back together. I'm going to let that glue set up before I do anything else, but there's the basics of what it's going to look like. I got to throw some teeth in here on the bottom, do some more work on the tongue, smooth it out a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't break on me again, but that's the look of it so far. That's some really good deep undercuts on the back side here. If you feel inclined, go ahead and leave me a comment, viewer. Let me know who you are so I can tell you hi properly. And now a third. Welcome to the third. Go ahead and leave me a comment. Let me know who you guys are so I can leave you guys proper comments. Proper hellos. This piece of sawdust has really been a big pain in the butt. It is not cooperative. It's been a very sticky, snowball-like type of sawdust. Really not cooperating. I gotta get my air compressor back so I can blow this off before I spray it with any type of finish, because this sawdust is just terribly sticky. It's sticking like mad. I showed in the beginning of the video, like, literally I can pick a handful of this stuff up. The sawdust is so sticky and just moist. And the wood is dry. The wood's been drying for a long time, but this sawdust, I mean, it's it sticks, and it like, literally I can make a snowball out of this stuff. Not a fun sawdust at all. I don't know what kind of wood this is. I don't know if it's a root. I know it came off of a tree that my wife wants me to carve, and it was a stump. I cut it off the bottom. Hi Kim, thank you. Appreciate that. Are you in Carving Fusion World of Woodcarvers, or how'd you stumble across my channels? I don't think I've seen you before. I'm going to grab a different brush, try to brush some more of this sawdust out here. I had a stiffer bristle, but I'm going to grab a different one real quick. If I can find it. Shot is in shambles. I don't know where to put it. This one will work. Let me try this brush. Get a little more of that sawdust out of there. Oh, awesome. Have you posted anything in there? I don't really recall seeing your name. And are you going to participate in the Element Challenge? Have you even heard about the Element Challenge? I've posted in there quite a bit about the Element Challenge, trying to get people to participate in it. It's should be a good thing for all carvers of all skill ranges. So don't let your beginner level drive you away from it, because legitimately our the way we do the prizes for this, it's all random draw. So you can be very, very beginner, and you can be very, very advanced, and you still have an opportunity to win a pretty decent prize. The admins and myself are putting together a pretty good prize package. I think a lot of people are going to be pleasantly surprised with their prize packages. I know Jordy, he's carved 2 carvings that he's going to donate towards the prize package. So there will be at least 2 Jordy Johnson carvings. I believe that there's 1 or 2 other admins who are giving away carvings. We have Cutsall is helping us out and giving us some stuff. I haven't figured out what they're giving yet. I've been communicating with Cutsall, so they're gonna give up some carvings, or some prizes, which should be cool. But yeah, if you're in Carving Fusion, you're eligible. All you got to do is carve one of the 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, and water, or something related to it, and submit it in the event, and you're good. And you're entered. That's all you got to do: carve it and enter it. Which one was yours? I mean, I'm happy you participated. That's freaking awesome. But which one was yours? Because I'm Chris Snow in the group, so now you know who I am, who you're talking to, which admin you're talking to. Start cleaning up some of my burrs while I'm talking to you. Are you the one that that submitted the little guy with flames coming out of his butt? Oh, your mom did that one. That one was freaking stellar. I really like that one. That one was really, really funny. I think a lot of people really like that one. Just the comical value. I mean, she did a good job on it too, don't get me wrong, but the comical value behind that one is just absolutely awesome. I think I remember seeing yours too. I know I like everybody's and react to everybody's in the group just because I want to support everybody as best I can. So I do try to react to everybody's post as much as possible. So I'm sure I've seen your pieces and I'm sure that I've reacted to them. Now I'm going to pay special attention and look out for your name. I gotta assume that your mom's always kind of like that, right? She's always been the person who's good to make somebody laugh. Because not a lot of people have it in them to step up like that and throw something out there that's going to be that funny, but still good work. I mean, the sense of humor behind it is just great. Have you got any questions? Okay, I gotcha. Well, for me right now, I'm here in the States, but I work midnight shifts, so that's why I carve in the middle of the night. Right now it's 3:17 in the morning here, but I carve on Sunday nights live because I work midnight shift, and if I don't stay up all night tonight, I'm not going to sleep all day tomorrow, and then my first night at work is going to be horrific trying to stay awake. And I cannot be like that at work. I have to be alert and awake, because some of my job can be somewhat dangerous at times, especially if I have a sleepy moment and forget to do something. I could injure myself pretty easily. So I need to be awake and alert at work. So I try to carve on Sunday nights, keep myself awake most of the night so I can sleep most of the day. At least that's what I attempt. But if you got any questions that you think you might want answered as a beginning carver, I'll do my best to help you out, but I wouldn't really classify myself anywhere near intermediate. I would still consider myself a beginner carver and beginner at best. Some people say I'm not, but this carving is one of my better pieces, to be honest with you. This is not my typical carving. I feel like I did good on it, but I can't draw worth a lick, so without being able to draw, I don't usually get a good base carving out of it. Yeah, my wife and I, we bought 39 acres worth of property, so I generally don't have to worry about my neighbors hearing. My nearest neighbor is across the road, but he's a good 1,000 feet or so away from me. So I could actually carve outside and I'd probably be fine. If you don't have one already, these RZ dust masks are absolutely freaking phenomenal. This is an M2. They have an M1, an M2, an M2.5, but these things strap on and latch onto your face and keep the dust out. So it's only one strap, so they're good, they're comfortable, but they are They latch on all the way around your face. They latch on really good all the way around your face. Keep the dust out. So yeah, drawing the details small, that can definitely cause you a little bit of issue because realistically, you're going to carve and you're going to take stuff away. So I try to draw big as well. I don't try to draw the exact size. I try to draw it bigger and work my way down to it. That's what I try to do. You can order this mask directly from RZ. I am not affiliated with RZ. I just really like their product. I wouldn't mind being affiliated with them. You can go to rzmask.com and you can order it directly from their website. I'm pretty sure they can ship it to UK. And I'm pretty sure you can get them on Amazon as well. Just look up RZ masks and you shouldn't have a problem finding them. They give you, when you get it, you get a little bag. You get your mask. They give you a little owner's manual. So yeah, rzmask.com. All right, they're on Facebook and Twitter and all that. There's their phone number and email too. But yeah, they give you a whole fold-out pamphlet and brochure. They give you an extra filter with active carbon filter. So that helps with fumes as well. If you're applying finish and stuff, it'll help keep the fumes out of your lungs, which is another big benefit. And they're inexpensive. I think this mask, US dollars, is 35 or 40 bucks. Comparatively, especially for us bearded folk, it's hard to find a good mask for having a beard. You should really have a full face mask with positive airflow, but those are like 300 bucks. This, in my opinion, is the next best thing. It really is. It's a absolutely phenomenal mask. Yeah, and like I said, I'm not affiliated with them. I am affiliated with Cutsall. I just got affiliated with them, so that's actually kind of fun, kind of cool. People can save 5% using my code. Same as Jordy. Jordy, he's affiliated. David Cleveland's affiliated. I think Just Carve Rob is affiliated. BAP over there in Ireland, I Can Carve, he's affiliated. So we have a whole bunch of affiliated people. Everybody's code saves you 5% on ordering burrs through Cutsall. I think you can order the RZ mask through Cutsall too, so you can save 5%, make a big order, but I don't know how the shipping would go to the UK. I'm really just hoping that this freaking glue dries up good this time, so when I continue this piece next week, hopefully I can carve these teeth in better and the gums without having to worry about snapping this little guy and the tongue off, because those are the two pieces that broke on me. You can see the glue there and here. Both of those pieces broke off on me. And this piece looks much better with those pieces on, so. Well, happy birthday. Yeah, I'm hoping it glues nicely too. Yeah, happy birthday. The The extreme flame burrs, I've got a couple of those because I thought I lost one, so I had to order a second one. So I have the extreme flame Kutzall burr, and then I have a couple of other Kutzall burrs, and I've used them all. I like them all, but I have a ball nose burr, which it's just a rounded point. That one's really good for kind of smoothing and shaping away. I have the taper burr, really good for doing undercuts and getting in behind stuff. And then I just have the regular ball extreme burr. And the nice thing is too, is they don't only sell these extreme ones, they sell regular burrs that are not as abrasive. But the taper burr is really good for getting in deep, getting in good undercuts, getting in inside to get in here. Same thing, getting in underneath the lips, getting in anywhere really tight. The taper burrs are really good for that. You can do it with the ball nose burr too, but you're not going to have as fine of a point. I use a lot of different burrs though. I don't only use the Kutzall burrs. The Kutzall I use primarily for roughing stuff out. Okay, cool. You got the flame in all three coarseness. I've only got extreme burrs. I don't have any of the other burrs. I do have shaping discs in the regular coarseness. But yeah, I use all kinds of different burrs. I have my metal cutting burrs. So I've got all of those. You can get these for 15, 20 bucks. So what I like about this one particularly, you can get into some really fine details with that. I use this one to carve out the teeth on this because it's a good strong point, right? So you can get in and get a good point in the teeth. I also used it to get in and undercut the eyes because I don't want to. It leaves a smoother finish than the Kutzall burrs, so I won't have to try to cram sandpaper into the eye. Yep, yeah, Jordy talks about these all the time. These will leave a much smoother finish on your piece. Like, you won't have to sand it as much. These will cut away even without using the Dremel. They cut like a file. Right, so those are really good for that. And all the different shapes do different things too. So just play around with them, experiment, do a bunch of different stuff. And I'm sure you've seen Jordy use these little buggers. These are actually tile cutting bits. They're used for cutting ceramic tile. Very abrasive, very good for that. But you can use these for undercutting as well. You can use those for beard hairs. And then usually when you buy your Dremel, you'll get these, right? These are like the little diamond burrs. These are really good for giving you a very smooth finish, but 9 times out of 10, they're gonna burn while you're finishing, right? So they're really good, but they're gonna burn while they work. So I pretty much, that's what I carve into as hardwoods, because I do cutting boards and coasters and stuff, and I need hardwoods for all that, so I carve a lot of scraps. I don't even know what kind of wood this is, but it was a fun looking piece, and I finally found something I wanted to carve with it. Like I said, these diamond burrs, they will burn the wood, they'll scorch it while you're doing it, but they will leave a very, very smooth finish. You can get some really, really cool small burrs in the Dremel family. Grab some of these smaller ones here. So some of these, one of these is like half the size of the other. These are both ball burrs. Now that one that's really, really tiny, this one right here, that one is really good for beard hairs, really small details, getting into a lot of stuff. And I mean, by tiny, if I hold the head of the Dremel wrench up next to it, I mean, it's not very thick at all compared to the other one. The other one's way thicker. Trying to get you a good angle on it. Those are both really small, good for details. That's really what their main focus is for, is details. Let's see, what other good ones do we have in here? We got all kinds of little bags of tricks. This is another really small one. That's the bigger ball burr next to the other really small straight bit. So you can dive in deep with that and do deep beard hairs and other hairs. This is another really good detail tapered burr. And these are all Dremel burrs. You can buy all these at Dremel. These taper burrs are good for giving you a good point. They, I mean, they're sharp, right? So you can make your marks in them without even using your Dremel. Those are really good. I like using those a lot. The Peter Blair sanding mandrel. Awesome piece of equipment. I don't know if you've seen the Peter Blair sanding mandrels on Carving Fusion and had the chance to order one. So I'll take a screenshot of that one. That's Peter Blair's info, his email. Too far. Get you back into it. Those fit in the Dremel. You can email Peter directly to order those. He'll ship them. I bought two, and I've only needed to use one. If that tells you anything about his quality. I mean, he's producing a really good quality piece. The only thing you need to do is when you buy your sandpaper, let me grab it real quick. When you buy your sandpaper, you can get a multi-pack like this on Amazon, but you want to make sure that it's the tough paper backing, because if it's not that tough paper backing, it'll just fall apart. So it's more like a emery sandpaper, and I think you get this for, I want to say I paid about 20 bucks for this on Amazon, and this is going to last a really, really long time, especially the different grits. I don't know how much you know about sanding, but the lower the number, the faster it's going to remove wood. The higher the number, the smoother the finish, but the slower it's going to remove wood. But those Peter Blair mandrels are great. And then I've done beard hairs with one of these guys, these little cutoff wheels. I've done beard hairs with those. These work really, really well for drawing a good cut. I'll grab the little guy that I did the beard hairs with that on. So this little guy, I did all of his beard hairs with this, right? And it was just easy. So you get a good fine cut hair in there, just running those. but you don't get too much angle to run different positions. But if you use that itty bitty bit that I pulled out earlier, a little straight bit like that, that's kind of the same thing. It's pretty much the same diameter, but you can do more swooshy type of lines with it. You can do it with your ball bit too, the little itty bitty baby ball bit. I think this one's even smaller than the first one that I pulled out. I'm not even getting that one out. It is smaller too. This was the first small one. The other one is really small. But this one will fit. Same thing. You can get it in there. Make all your little S lines with it. The only problem with the ball bits is they tend to really stick and follow the grain. So they're a little harder to control. They don't really cut too far too fast. And if you bury them too deep, then they kind of get really stuck in what they're following. And we were talking about the hardwood carves. This one's maple. It was just a maple branch. And I did most of this with the Kutzall burr. But that one was just a nice piece of hard maple. So this is really, really difficult hardwood to carve. I don't know if you have any maple in your arsenal, but when you go to carve maple, the trick is, with any hardwoods, slow your Dremel down, slower speeds for harder woods, because you'll burn your bits and you'll burn the wood. Yeah, I've definitely had a few bits get stuck myself. If you ever have problems with your collet sticking or not grabbing your bits well, Dremel gives you a couple of different ones, but if you just take a piece of sandpaper and put it in between the little cracks here, you can open that up. If it's not grabbing tight enough, you can just run a little bit of sandpaper in between those. I actually have a video on my channel that shows how to do the Dremel collet adjustment. And you just sand in there real quick, and then when you clamp it down, it'll clamp tighter on it. So you can clamp down on your bits. If they're seeming to spin on you, you can fix it easily and free. A little reorganizing there. These little sanding blocks, these little sanding mandrels, they burn really, really quick in all the wood. I mean, they really, really burn fast. So I would stay away from the grinding stones. They're too fine of grit, and they burn more than anything. They're not great for carving. They're not even good for sanding. They just burn. And if you got any other questions or anything you want to know, I'm happy to answer. Because I'm not going to carve anything else on this guy tonight, just because I want to let that glue set up. I already made the mistake once of gluing and then thinking I was good, and then that piece broke off again. I didn't like that idea. And then the tongue broke off on me. And that was kind of not cool, not fun. So I'm not going to carve anything more on this tonight. I'm going to save him for next week's live carving and get some more work done. I pointed this out to a viewer earlier. If you don't have a glue bot, they're pretty cheap, but they're nice glue bottles because you just buy glue by the gallon and fill it. And if you have enough in there, you can have it in a vertical position and it will still come out. So you can glue stuff vertically, which is neat, and have good control going vertically with it. Or you can tip it whatever way. Just nice bottles for using your glue. And they're cheap. They're $6-7, I think. And when they're worn out, you throw them away and get another one. You can get these on Amazon. I know that for a fact. I don't know if you guys have Menards over in UK or not, but if you do, you can get them at Menards. They stock them at Menards. I'm gonna put some of this stuff away here. Get my table cleared off a little. I almost lost my flex shaft today. I was carving this piece earlier, and this table is just a card table, really. It's not actually a carving table, so it's a slightly padded top. And I've learned my lesson now. I learned my lesson because I was holding the piece and I was carving, I think I was carving on the teeth, and I punched through and my bit caught and it tore up, and I had to let it go real quick and then shut the Dremel off. But it wrapped up and got bound up, and I think if I would have had my Dremel on something solid instead of just a little wire that it could flip off of, I think I would have lost my flex shaft. I think it would have almost certainly broken. But I got lucky and the flex shaft didn't break. I wouldn't have been out of commission completely because I have a backup Tack Life Dremel with a flex shaft, a rotary tool with a flex shaft, I should say. So that was, I got lucky. I also got lucky that I didn't catch my hand or anything, but it definitely gripped up that tabletop. And luckily I don't really care about the tabletop that much, so that was great, because it would have really stunk if I would have lost my flex shaft over something like that on a quick oversight. I mean, realistically, I think most of our issues come with complacency, right? Like you get used to something and you get comfortable, and then all of a sudden, dink, you're done. Well, like I said, if you got any questions, I'll try to answer questions. I haven't heard of a GOE. I've used my Tack Life just a couple of times. I haven't used it a lot. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with getting my clothing caught on anything. When I'm carving, I don't wear loose-fitting clothing really. I mean, I wear my normal shirts and stuff, and I don't wear gloves when I'm carving. I work for General Motors as my day job, and they very much so are staunchly against anybody wearing gloves Yep, still haven't heard of that brand either. I don't even want to try to pronounce that. Um, General Motors is staunchly against using gloves with a rotary tool, so I've carried that over very firmly into my home life as well. Especially like the half leather, half canvas gloves. Those flex all bits will grab that glove and wrap it up. Now, more than likely, you'll break the flex shaft, but you're going to pull that bit right into your finger, anyways. So I don't like to wear gloves when I carve, just personally. Um, I would rather take a little nick and pull my hand away rather than have a glove get me caught up. But if I was going to wear a glove, I would wear the lambskin, deerskin, or just rawhide leather gloves. Nothing else, no fabric, nothing else to it. I would wear the leather gloves only because it'll bounce off of that a little more readily, but it takes away your dexterity and your feeling. Yeah, I mean, who cares how expensive it was, right? I mean, there's inexpensive tools out there that work really, really, really well. I'm not one for just randomly going, yeah, let's buy the most expensive tool, it's going to be the best. If I can find an inexpensive tool that works really well, darn straight I'm going to use that. I'll save myself a few dollars. Yeah, 100% I'm going to save myself a few bucks. I'm not going to try to show all my muscles by buying stuff that is going to cost me a ton of money just because I can. Do a little sweep up here. My current wood shop, my wife and I just moved in February of this year. We moved into our new home. So I've just finished getting all of my wood shop stuff over here today. But I've still got quite a bit to clean up and organize and get set in order, so I don't have my dust collector set up while I'm carving or anything like that. I don't even have my downdraft table built, but I definitely upgraded in size on my wood shop. So I'm gonna have lots of good carving stuff coming. Lots of good wood shop videos coming. But for now, it just means I gotta stick with manual cleanup a lot more. It isn't really too bad. I don't know what the deal was with this sawdust, but man, oh man, was this sawdust nasty. I'm hoping that somebody will be able to tell me what the heck is up with this sawdust. I tried to keep the garage door open to cool it off in here. It's so hot and humid. And all it did was let in a whole bunch of mosquitoes. Annoying little buggers. Yeah, well, I can. Hey, what's up, Spike? How are you, bud? This is the results so far, Spike. I broke the tongue and I broke the bottom jaw, so I got it glued back on. I'm going to continue the piece next week, but I got pretty far with it. I spent about 2.5, 3 hours carving on it. Got a pretty good amount done. Appreciate it, Spike. Yeah, Kim, it'll definitely cause you some cleanup time, that's for sure. This is one of the dustiest sports out there. Do you have a shop vac with a cyclone unit hooked up? Because that'll help you reduce the dust too. And it's an inexpensive way to have a decent dust collection system for this. Okay, well, it's not too big of a deal. If you get a regular shop vac, get a cyclone unit to go with it. You can order a dust deputy or a dust stopper. Both are great products. The dust deputy is quite a bit easier to get set up with going. You literally just snap it onto a 5-gallon bucket and you're ready to go. The dust deputy requires a little more ingenuity. When I cut this off, Spike, I cut it off the bottom of a stump that my wife pulled out of Lake Superior. So I'm not even sure what kind of wood it is, but when I cut it off, I cut it pretty flat with the chainsaw. So this will make a pretty good wall hanger. I mean, it's got a little wobble to it, but I did get it pretty flat. Yeah, like I said, I started out with a dust deputy before I switched over to a actual dust collection system. But if you don't have the space and the power for an actual dust collection system, a shop vac with a dust deputy is super easy and it works well. Yeah, there's it definitely wouldn't lay so flat on the front. But yeah, when I cut this off of the tree stump, I just was trying to make the tree stump flat because my wife wants me to carve on that. But she thinks I'm a better carver than I am and that I can carve all this nutty, crazy stuff that she wants me to carve. I told her we're going to have to contact Jordy and send him over to Michigan. Yep, I've Dave Cleveland over at Cleve's Backyard Woodworking. He built a mobile downdraft table where he's just got his dust collector or his shop vac hose into the side. He's got all of his hose drilled, but it's just a board that he can carry around and put wherever he wants to carve. And that works out pretty good for him too. So he literally built a mobile downdraft station for himself. It's pretty cool. And I'm sure that would work with the Hoover. How fast does your Hoover fill up? And you got to change that sucker though. I think the parts that I'm most happy with on this so far too, I think I really like the way I got the eye. Kind of pleased with how good I did on my eye there. And I like that I did the teeth and the gums and layered it, undercut the lip, got the gums in, got the teeth undercut into the gums. So I think I did an exceptionally good job for myself for teeth, gums, and the eye. I really like that I got the eye in that kind of look. And I'm not going to take away all this naturally grayed out look of the driftwood. I'm going to leave a lot of that, and I'm not going to paint it or stain it or do any of that. I might paint the gums and the teeth, put a little black in the nose, a little red right in the front by the teeth here. I'll paint the tongue, but gums and teeth and kind of the mouth area here, I'll probably paint some of that up. But other than that, I might paint the eye a little bit too, because I want to kind of get that lizardly dragon eye, snake eye type of thing going. That's kind of what I really want to try to do. Is I don't know if I want to carve in the eye. Give you a little bit of a closer up look. Damn mosquitoes. Yeah, those teeth come out real good, I think. Got some good undercut to them. And then the eye. Got the eye undercut really good. I like the shape I got on the eye. But if I sand it out a little bit more and shine it up, there is a knot right there that's like a perfect natural pupil. But I don't think that's going to stand out real good with the finish. Do the Jordy Johnson spit test. Yeah, it's not going to pop out too well, even with the finish on it. Yeah, I mean, if you're doubling up and putting a little extra dusty wood into your flower garden, that's cool. Nothing wrong with not wasting it. We have chickens, so I can save my sawdust and throw it in the chicken coop. I usually don't, because it's better for them to have chips than it is sawdust. But I do create chips. When I was working on my Element Challenge piece the other day, I created some chips. Created some chips and shavings. Sometimes I save this just to use as packaging, but all with the hand planer. I have my hand planer pretty freaking sharp. You get these little paper thin wafers. You can almost see through them. Just these little itty bitty paper thin wafers of paper. And sometimes I'll save that and I'll put it in when I package something. If I do a gift for somebody, I'll use the wood shavings as packing. Yeah, I mean, realistically, your chicken's bedding, I mean, it's just wood chips, and it's usually hardwood wood chips that they use. They don't usually, I mean, sometimes they'll use cedar if you can find it. Other than that, it's usually a hardwood, so it's fine to use a hardwood or softer woods. They don't really care. All they're doing is pooping on it anyways. this finishes up the way I hope it does, Spike. I think this is going to be one of my favorite carvings, one of my better carvings for sure. This will be as good as my little Viking, and I'm kind of proud of myself on that one because I cannot draw for squat, and this was freehand drawn on and freehand carved. So for me, that's an accomplishment. I might even, maybe, I don't know, gotta look at it right, see if I can line it up right and do anything with it, but I might even draw and carve out maybe a couple of nails, right, for his claw. Might try to put a claw in there somehow. Gonna have 3. I might be able to get a claw in there, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, this piece has been laying around for couple of years, and I haven't really done anything with it. I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do, and I just kept looking at it and looking at it. And I'll do that commonly. I'll grab and keep a piece, and then figure out what I want to do with it. And sometimes it'll take me a while, but when I figure it out, that's it. That's what it's going to be. I'm going to shut this garage door. Stop all these damn mosquitoes from coming in. Tripping over my stuff. That's no good. Just trying to blow in a bunch of cool air from the outside, and all I'm doing is sucking in mosquitoes. Need to get a frickin' citronella candle in here or something. I don't know. Yeah, moths and mosquitoes. That's all that's coming in here right now. I've got one other big log. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do. It's not even really a big log. It's just much bigger than this. I don't know what I'm going to do with that one yet. It was a beachcombing day. I got it. I saw it and I was like, man, that's a cool piece. And it was the only cool piece that I found. Still not 100% sure what I'm going to do with it. Now that I've tinkered with this, I could kind of see it maybe being a dragon as well, but more of a 3D dragon. And I got it buried over there in my wood collection bin, my cutoffs. I guess I can unplug the Dremel and put that away. I like that I got some depth and dimension out of it too. It was kind of a perfect piece, right? Like it was thicker up at the top, a little thinner down at the bottom for the jaw, and the bottom side of everything. So that was kind of cool that it was kind of naturally flowing that way. And I did like the whole double horn thing here too. And it is actually separated. I didn't separate that, it was naturally separated. And I removed as little as possible when I did it. These seem to feel like they're glued on much better. Oh, got a little bit of I have to be very careful with that. I got a little hairline crack here. I'm gonna have to be really careful with this. A little crack right there. Looks like it kind of runs around. You know what that means? Get the glue. Performing a little surgery here. I don't have any CA glue, unfortunately. You know, actually, I started doing bigger pieces, and I found bigger pieces to be easier because the details were not as heavy. You know, it was easier to get a larger detail, in my opinion, than it was a smaller detail. So this is the time that my glue in a crack trick would really play handy. But I don't have my small shop vac. If you put glue in one side, I've got a video of that on my channel as well. But if you use your shop vac on the other end and you have a nice tight crack like this, your shop vac will suck the glue into the crack. So you don't have to fight and force it like I am right now. It's a nifty, nifty trick. So right now I'm just trying to use my little tool here to force it in there. Give myself a half decent little glue bead. These little brushes are kind of cool for glue ups. They're not amazing, but they're kind of cool. So if you haven't done much glue up work, the way that you can tell whether or not you got any glue into your joint, when you have your joint open, if you can squeeze it together and you can get a little bead of glue to come out, you have glue in your joint. And that's what you want, is the glue in the joint. And you don't want to squeeze it all out. You can see the little bead popping out. That should solidify and harden up. But I'm gonna grab a rubber band, clamp it down. just to help myself with a little bit of clamping pressure. A couple of rubber bands should help hold that together. Give me a little bit of clamping pressure on it. I don't need a ton, just a little bit. But that should clamp that together good. And I can kind of see right there a little bit of glue peeking through, which means I got glue all the way through it. So I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I mean, why not? You know, find a bigger piece of wood that you really, really don't care about. Like, even could be a scrap board from somewhere, and just carve something big on it. Carve a wood spirit, carve a fish, carve whatever. Carve something easy, carve something that you think is going to challenge your skill a little bit, and just try carving something much larger. You remember, the bigger the piece, right? Like, the larger the piece, the bigger your details can be. You know, I probably wouldn't have been able to do anything even close to this if I was on a smaller piece. A piece half this size, I wouldn't have had this come out looking this good. Not even close. But yeah, why not go for it? No harm in that. And the worst that's going to happen is you're going to learn something. That's never a bad thing. You'll learn that you really like doing bigger pieces, or you don't like doing bigger pieces. You'll learn different techniques for stuff. What area are you from, Spike? Are you Canada, USA, UK? Where are you from, bud? Okay, cool. Very cool. I just, not too long ago, I just sent a cutting board over to Stuart McKenzie. I've traded him one of my cutting boards for one of his carvings, but I don't know which carving. I told him I wanted to be surprised. So he's working on and sending it shortly. He's already finished it. He's just got to get it into the mail, get it sent over. So I'm excited for that. There will be a carving trade video coming up on that. Glad to hear that, Kim. Definitely glad to hear that. I like seeing people push themselves. I like pushing myself and challenging my skill level and seeing what I can do and seeing how I grow. And even with this piece, I see my growth. Like my first carving, absolutely atrocious, 100%. I don't even try to hide it. That was horrible, absolutely horrible. And everybody's self-critical, right? Like, so you hear people say, "Oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad." My first carving was Banana Jesus, and I'm actually looking for him right now because I stashed him. I stashed him over here when I moved everything, but I kept him. I kept him to look back on and see how far I've come. Where'd you go? I got him. So my first carving inspired by Jordy, my first wood spirit carving. Let's see. Yeah, I actually enjoy trading my pieces. I feel like, and I know it sounds weird, but I feel like it's a good way to support your fellow artist. I mean, buying it is obviously better, right? Because you're giving them money to buy tools and stuff like that. But realistically, I do sticker swaps and I do trades, carving trades, because realistically, if you're a carver, you can already carve something. Unless you're purchasing something from somebody who has a way higher skill level than you, awesome. Like, I get it. But I feel like it's a good way, trading is a good way to appreciate other people's work that you feel are close to or on the same level with you. And I've actually got a carving that's going to be coming from John White in Carving Fusion 2. And I'm making him a charcuterie board because my carvings are not on par with his carvings, in my opinion. So I will always trade something that I know I can do really good with. I will trade that before I will trade something that I don't feel like matches up to quality-wise. Yeah, I agree. You can definitely look back and see the difference of how far you've come. And that's kind of what happened here. This was 2019. This was my first Jordy inspired carving. I had done like some Pinewood Derby cars and other little stuff, but I never attempted a wood spirit. So this was my first attempt at it. And like I said, this is Banana Jesus. Like, I look at it and I just see very amateur, very flawed. I mean, the eyes aren't even, they're very bug-eyed, they're sticking way out. The eyes are further out than the cheeks. The eyebrows are weird. He's got this weird Squidward, SpongeBob type of nose. The lips are jacked up, but it was a learning piece and I completed it. So when I look at a side-by-side comparison of, obviously my most recent to this, I can obviously see where I've gained some skill and I've gained some ability. And this has an oil-based finish on it, so it actually used to be much lighter in color. Um, but that oil-based urethane will always give it that yellow look, and it will darken everything. Anything that's dark, it'll darken more. So this will get a water-based urethane on it, because I want to keep a lot of this color as much as possible. Hey, we got a number 4 viewer. Appreciate you swinging in. Drop us a comment, let us know who we're talking to or who's in here watching with us. And they're gone. In and out. Yeah, even if you use mineral oil, if you use an oil-based urethane after the mineral oil, it's still going to yellow. No matter what, it's going to yellow. Which reminds me, so that is mineral oil, right? That was on a piece of pine. Over black, that's an oil-based urethane, not mineral oil. I did scare them. So that's an oil-based urethane over it, and that's over white paint. So you can see over white paint what an oil base does. On the back side of this, that was treated with water-based urethane. Up to about right here, that was treated with water-based urethane. So you can see how little the water-based urethane actually changes the color of a piece, right? And you still get good protection for indoor purposes. If you're going to have your piece outside, definitely oil-based urethane. 100%, you're going to get better protection. The spar urethane, oil-based spar urethane, it's designed to handle the sunlight and the weather and the elements way better than water-based urethane. But you can see this right here was not finished. You don't lose a lot of color when you use the water-based urethane. It stays very, very close to natural color. And I forgot to show this to Jim H. earlier. He was asking questions about it. And I got into carving and I forgot about showing that to him. I don't know if I scared him or if Banana Jesus scared him, because I think Banana Jesus probably scared him away. I'm gonna hang Banana Jesus up in my shop as a guard spirit. I might start doing weird stuff like wait for my wife to get in the shower and hang him up in the shower somewhere, scare her. I'm sure she'll really appreciate it. I don't know how long I've had that rubber band on there for, but I guess he's starting to feel a little better. Hoping that that glue sets up good enough and I'll be able to carve it, because I still gotta smooth out the tongue a little bit. That's gotta happen. Just take that piece away. Act like that was never there. It's perfectly all right. Yeah, I still gotta smooth out his tongue a little bit, kind of flatten it a little bit, add a little more curve and depth to it maybe. Just kind of round it off maybe a little bit more. But the teeth and the gums on this side I'm going to be kind of concerned about, because once I get to that, I might even just leave this board here. I'm going to have to flip them upside down to me and hold them down and carve so that there's something behind it to hold from the pressure. Might be what I have to do if I want this to come out anywhere near decent. And I might throw some scales in on this piece, just right here, not anywhere else, just here. Might put scales there. So I haven't done too much with scales, and I need to get better at them just because. So why not? Got to keep up in your game, keep learning. And I think it was, I want to say it was Matt Carves. I want to say it was him who did a pretty good dragon scale tutorial. These damn mosquitoes, Jesus. It's like I got like 8 million mosquitoes in here tonight. Yeah, I mean, I got nothing to lose by doing it. I'm not on a time limit. This was a just for fun type of carve. It wasn't, it's not an order for anybody. And most of my carvings, nobody ever asked to buy them. Very seldomly do I get somebody that asks to buy them or commissions me to carve something for them. The lighthouse that I did was a commission piece. That one was automatically done. My quillium I traded to Liz Pena. My little voodoo skull thing I traded to Dan Honk. My Viking is the first piece that my wife has said, that's really cool. Are you going to keep that? Thanks for the vote of confidence, honey. I love you too. My little weird dude with the blue eyes. He was a just for fun piece, just for practicing. I'm trying to think. Oh, my little Joker devil dude that I just painted purple. He came out pretty good. Yeah, nobody ever really, and I don't expect it. I'm not at that level where people are going to come to me and be like, wow, it's so cool, I really want that. But nobody really ever comes to me and says that. So like I said, I don't really expect it. I'm not on that skill level yet. Eventually, maybe one day, my cutting boards and my coasters and stuff like that, those are what I do much better at. The more quote unquote finer woodworking, if you will. That the charcuterie board that I'm going to build for John White, that is going to be a nice charcuterie board. The carving that I'm trading for him, he recently posted it in Carving Fusion. It was the the little skull dude. He's got it all painted and everything. He's actually not too far from me. He's in Indiana, I believe, and I'm in Michigan. So we're neighboring states, but we could still be 10 plus hours apart. But thank you. I appreciate that, Spike. Yeah, I don't think he really knows it yet, but I really like his carving, so I'm really gonna hook up his charcuterie board. He's gonna get some really, really nice woods in that. I've got some cherry that I pulled out for him. This doesn't look like much right now, but I pulled out these pieces of cherry for him. That's gonna be, I gotta plane these down because I'm gonna have to glue these together this way and make it a little wider. But I got these pieces of cherry for him. These are pretty long, so these are probably gonna get stacked, maybe 4 pieces together, flipped and stacked. So that'll be the basic of it. And then step over here. This. Yeah, I'm breaking out a bunch of exotic hardwoods for him. He is going to get some sapele. This is some of my favorite. This stuff, man, when the oil hits it, oh my gosh, when the oil hits it, like, you can kind of see it there where it kind of changes color in the light a little bit. The light hits it differently. This wood is just awesome. Yeah, not a problem. Have a good day, Kim. I hope everything goes good, and I hope you have a wonderful day, and hope you get to keep on carving whatever you want to carve. But yeah, this wood, I mean, holy crap. Even just a little bit of water on it changes that green color so much. Actually, I'm not going to do water. I'm going to grab the mineral spirits because the water is bad, okay? Water is very bad, okay? Let me grab some mineral spirits. All right. A little bit of mineral spirits over this. Holy crap, does it change the game on the... Mineral spirits is great for removing sawdust and then making the piece look like it's going to look when it has some type of finish on it. But sapele with some mineral spirits. How freaking pretty is that? And the mineral spirits evaporates too, so it's really good for just removing sawdust and giving yourself a good idea of what it's going to look like. Yeah, he's going to get some sapele in his piece, and then I think he's going to get some purple heart. If you're not familiar with purple heart, it's natural color of the wood. A little bit of mineral spirits. That's another exotic hardwood. Expensive, but nice. His will actually be on the edge grain of it. This one's got saw marks in it, but that'll get cleaned up and chopped up. And then I think I'm going to get really, really adventurous. I've had this piece sitting around for a long time, and I got to do quite a bit of milling to make this piece usable. But I feel like it's time. It's time for this beautiful piece of zebra wood to make it into something. So he's going to get quite the nice board. He's probably going to get some black walnut in there too, but I definitely want to make it look good for him. But yeah, he's got, I got plans for him. Yes, it is a very sexy piece. His name is John White. He's the guy in Carving Fusion that posts, he's the one that posts all the funny stories with his carvings and the wild backgrounds. Like he did I think Huey or Herbert the owl, and he did the Viking guy. He's done a few different people or carvings that he's just made a really good, really funny backstory for him. I'm dancing and climbing over everything in my shop right now. I got no space for anything. I'm really just dancing and climbing over every freaking thing in my shop right now. Got to get it cleaned up. I did get the laser booth assembled today, very early. I've been up since 6:30 in the morning. So I've been up almost 24 hours now. I've been up for 22 hours. Yep, I am on nights indefinitely, unfortunately. I really don't like the hours on the shift. I like the people and I like the place that I work, but I really don't like the 7 p.m. to 5:30 in the morning shift. It really kind of knocks out my entire week. It makes it very difficult for me to get anything done. I'm not one of those people that can flip-flop my schedule easily. So when it comes time for the weekend, it is very difficult for me to switch it back and then switch it back on Monday. So I have been kind of doing the switch back and forth just so I can spend some time with my family and my wife and enjoy things. But realistically, it freaking sucks. The hours do suck, and they are a massive ball ache. Uh, so, in order for me to be able to sleep all day Monday, I try to stay up all day Sunday night and be able to sleep Monday so I can go to work Monday night. See what happens is the whole goal. The only benefit that I'm getting out of it is I decided to start doing these Sunday night live carves, so it gives me a once a week opportunity to carve or do some type of woodworking project live and just stream the night, right? Like hang out, chat with people, just enjoy my night because the rest of my family was sleeping, and luckily my garage is attached, but it is quiet enough that it doesn't wake everybody else up. Yeah, it's really hard to have a normal life on the weekend if you don't just say screw it and flip your schedule completely. You're going to have a really rough go of it, like just a really, really rough go of it. I'm kind of excited now for next week's to finish this. It's going to be really difficult for me throughout the week to not pick this piece up and go, I could just put some teeth in here, I could just do this or do that. I might draw on it. Like I said, if I do the scales in here, I'm going to have to draw the scales in and figure all that out. Try to use Matt Carr's scale method on it if I do. I'll have to watch his video again and see about getting these scales done proper and right. 'Cause I really kind of like the flow that this piece has now. I mean, I cut this whole piece out. I did Dremel that whole piece out. I mean, I got that out because I wanted to separate it a bit. I wanted this horn to be separated. Yeah, we probably are all the same when we're doing a piece. I wanted to define the horn away from it. But freaking dust in my eyes. Yeah, I think if I do the scales, I'm just going to do here, but I do like the flow of it, where I kind of got it where the head goes kind of into the neck, and it just kind of swirls around. Like this could just be an extension of the neck. You know, very small spot right here for a neck. And I'm just kind of trying to look at it. I'm kind of just trying to decide, like, this is almost a toe and a claw right here. Right? And then I could get a second toe and a claw right on this line. But I wouldn't get the back of it. But maybe I could just grind this off, get rid of the knot right here, and turn this into a claw and a toe. Do the same thing here and just have a two claw thing in there. Instead of having the one or the three, let's get a two claw type of thing in there. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna have to ponder on it because I don't want to ruin it by doing too much. Sometimes less is more. The iPad is officially at low battery. No, that doesn't matter. That's not what I'm streaming from anyways. I'm just watching the comments on that. So I don't know, you think just outlining the toe and a claw and the toe and a claw, just get a toe and a claw here and a toe and a claw here instead of trying to go for a full foot. I mean, I like the idea of practicing different stuff and practicing a toe and a nail, kind of the same as these teeth. I feel like I got those teeth pretty good. I mean, they're not symmetrical. This one definitely shouldn't be as big as it is, and that one shouldn't be as small. And I mean, it is what it is, but it's all about practice and getting things right anyways. I think I've killed about 40 mosquitoes tonight in this garage. I want to get the screen netting for the garage door so I can open the garage door all the way up and keep it screened and keep the mosquitoes out. Yep. All right. I might. We'll see on next week's video how much time it takes to get through whatever. I may spontaneously put 2 claws in there, kind of like he's reaching forward. I'll have to look at it some more and brainstorm it. Oh wow. Realistically, now looking at it and brainstorming it, right? If I set it this way, this could potentially be the whole back part of the hand, and I could get a toe here, get a toe in there, so get 2 toes towards the front. This I probably could get another toe on if need be, and leave a good fat section in there. And I could probably make this the back claw, maybe, kind of coming forward, but when looking at the piece in this direction, looking straight down it from the face, you'd see 2 toes down here opened up. Maybe. That's a possible. It's got the right angle on it, right? Where one toe is going to be further back, the next one's going to be further forward. I could still have the rear of it, right? So kind of just like my hand is. That could work. A little extra carving, but that could work. Could look good too. I'm gonna have to check out Uncle Kev's lizard. I'm not sure that I remember it. Yep, I might do that. Because on the front of it, if I follow the natural grain, I can get a toe that's kind of hooking in, and then this toe, I can separate it, but both toes would kind of have that little curve in it, which is fine. I don't know about how I'd clean up the top of it. I don't really need to either, though. I mean, it's emerging out of nowhere. I might do that. I might make the toes on the front. Did he post it in Carving Fusion? I'm in a few different carving groups, so sometimes it's hard to keep track of it all, but and on Carving Fusion, I pretty much like every post that I see. Almost every post that I see. And I spend a lot of time scrolling through Carving Fusion. Okay, I'll have to try to go and check them out. I don't know that I'm even subscribed to him, or I don't know that I have checked him out. What's his channel? Okay, cool. I'll wait. I think it posted that comment into the held for review, so that's actually better because I'll be able to find it easy. Well, that's kind of interesting. I've always liked the dragon heads. This is by far my best ever dragon head. I did a dragon head Pinewood Derby car for my son fucking probably 15 years ago. I'm sure it'll pop up in my I'm sure it'll pop up in the held for review comments. If not, I'm sure I'll find it, or I'll message you on Facebook and get it from you that way. It was a Pinewood Derby car, which is like the little blocks, right? They're like 2 inches by like 7 inches. The Boy Scouts do them. I don't know if you have Boy Scouts over there or not, but they just run them down a little track. It's just a little car, but you're supposed to carve them and paint them and do whatever. And his was a little fire-breathing dragon head. Literally just carved a dragon's head and some fire, and we painted it, and he had it green and had some flames coming out of the front of it. And I screwed up on the flames because there's a little peg that holds the front of the car. Well, the flames were going around it, and you can't have the car go past the little peg, so they had to keep setting it for the furthest point and just kind of resting it there. But the thing was fast. The thing was wicked fast. It was a pretty fast little car. He actually won Best Design, and he got fastest car for that one. It was kind of cool. At some point here, I gotta buy a better tablet, one for myself. Been using my daughter's iPad, and it works. It does the job. I'm not iPad savvy though. I don't know where in the hell all these mosquitoes. I swear, I've killed like 50 freaking mosquitoes, and I don't see them flying around. I don't know if they're. I have a window open to try to keep the garage cooler. Maybe they're finding a small spot in the screen. I don't know. They're annoying as heck. I'm really kind of interested, kind of know what type of wood this is. It has been so dusty, and the dust was like, literally like you could make snowballs, dust balls out of it. Like it was packable. You sell your carving spike anywhere? You sell them on Etsy, or you sell them Facebook Marketplace or word of mouth anywhere over there in the UK? It really wasn't too hard to carve. Harder than cedar. It has a scent to it, but I can't place it. It doesn't smell like cedar exactly. I mean, maybe a little bit of a cedar smell, maybe. But like even looking at the back of the grain, it's not. And I didn't clean it up, but maybe it smells a tiny bit like cedar. But I feel like it was a little bit harder to carve than cedar. And it's got some, like, that's kind of a sanded down area, sort of, because I took a metal cutting burr over it. The grain doesn't exactly look like cedar grain to me. I mean, maybe a little bit, but. And this was at the base of the tree, so it was more like at the roots of the tree than anything. So I don't know. But it had, you know, some weird twists and knots to it. I mean, even looking, right, like it's very twisty wood. The whole thing was very twisty. It's not super heavy. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, still going, Matt. Oh, we were actually just talking to you, talking about you. I may end up throwing some Matt Carr's dragon scales in over here, watching your video again, and taking some of your dragon scale knowledge, trying to run with it. See, I'm colorblind. I can't even see the red tinge in the grain. That's cool that you got an Etsy shop starting up with Bap's help. Bap's a really cool guy. I like Bap a lot. Yeah, I almost definitely, I think I'm going to start up watching your video again, Matt, and really study it, because we were talking in here, Spike and I think if I'm going to do scales, this is going to be the only area right here with the scales. Everything else I'm going to leave, and might add a couple of claws here next week. Have one claw here, another claw, and then get the rear claw on the back, because it kind of has that natural void right there for the rear claw. And your dragon scales look really, really good. So, and your video was good on how to do them. I just got to do it, watch it again, and do a couple practices with it. Daughter's iPad is down to 3%. That gets down to 1%. I'm probably going to kill it and then go take a shower and try to go to bed for the night in about 3.5 hours if I can make it that long. Probably take a couple pictures of this, post them to Instagram, and post them in the carving pages. Yeah, I don't figure it's going to be too hard. And then I gotta figure out a good way to burn it. My burning irons stink. They take too dang long. I was thinking about just using my little mini torch to burn it, but then getting a sander in there, a flap sander, or the Peter Blair mandrels, might be a little difficult to get in there. Daughter's iPad's down to 2%. I'm not going to stop the live feed just yet. I'm just going to get my daughter's iPad out of here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I figured it out. Shut her off. I'll have to go back on the charger before next week. I'll check some more comments on the phone. It's been so freaking humid in here. I got freaking water in places it has no business being, mostly just condensation. Yeah, so the big old wood bin, zoom out here. Scrap wood bin. The shop is pretty much pretty much together at this point. Got my dust collector in here today. Got my table saw, my miter saw hanging out behind the dust collector. That's one of the Cadillacs in my shop, and the laser booth. Laser booth is big and together. My drill press, my bandsaw, lots of goodies. Lots of good stuff. Just gonna get some stuff moved around here, guys. Start setting some stuff back, put away. Closing some things up. You and Bap should do a team carve of sorts, so to speak. You guys both work on a project together. That would be kind of cool when you go to meet them. Every so often I have a good idea. Yeah, every so often I have a good idea. It's not every day though. All right, gents, I'm gonna break this down, take a couple pictures of this, post them on social media, and I'm gonna take my sweaty, stinky self into the shower because this garage was super freaking humid tonight, and temperatures were hot here. So I appreciate you guys both swinging in and hanging out and chit chatting and dropping some advice and all that good stuff. And there'll be another video up next week. Try to finish this guy up next week. It's gonna be really, really hard to not tinker and play with it throughout the week. But I appreciate you both, and definitely be checking out Matt's video too. And I'll look for that Uncle Kevin video too, Bap or Spike. I'll look for that Uncle Kevin video for sure. Yep, yeah. No, I appreciate you guys coming in. Makes carving all night a little bit more fun when you can see a few people and say a few things and have a little fun. So, all right, guys, I'll see you later, and I'm looking forward to finishing this up and check you guys all later. Have a good one.